Hello.
All right, so I'm full disclosure. I didn't get home until like 5:30. So there might be a little bit of jank here and there, okay? Just a little bit of jank, all right? But that's more from the fact of like, I need to do the needful thingy-majiggy quicker than normal. It's not a fault. It's just a good demonstration that even if I do work a little bit longer at work rather than my normal hour, um it's not the end of the world because there's still a little bit of time to have dinner and to get the stream up and running. Now, it does mean that it's not perfect, let me tell you, because I am still in the Discords and what have you. Normally I get all the Discord stuff done by this point, so then that way, like, before it gets down to like the final thingy-majiggy, it's like, oh, hey, hello everyone and what have you. But it's like 5:59 right now, and yeah, we are about to be doing our best. And wrong button. Da ding, da dong, ba bing, ba bum. Hang on. Transition. Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. Omega Platinum, thank you so much for being here first. Tan Monks was so busy celebrating the end of their dinner that they didn't think to go for first, but you got it, Omega. Good for you. Hi there, Shinzo. Welcome to the stream. I hope everyone is doing a-okay. Welcome, welcome. So, work has been going... Work's work for me. So, it is what it is. Not too big of a panic. 68. Damn, so close to the sexy number, Omega Platinum. You were so close to getting to 69. And then Shinzo went too far and hit 84. So, good on you, Shinzo. But yeah, so, what is going on in my little universe? So, work is work. Still down to 92 kilograms. I will be real with you. I had a cheat day on Saturday rather than on the Tuesday. And yeah, this entire week I was like, ooh, the world is doing some funky nonsense outside of Australia. It would be nice just to have a little snack. But I've stayed strong, chat. I've stayed strong. So, but yeah, one day, maybe when I get to like 84 kilos or something like that, or maybe 85, 84 kilos, especially at least under 90 kilos, I'm gonna give myself like a little. I'm probably gonna give myself another snack, like another like cheat day kind of thing, like what I had last week with the Tennessee barbecue. If you're in Australia and you're wondering what the Tennessee barbecue is, it's a burger available at McDonald's for a limited time. Not sponsored. I just like the burger, and it's been a while since I've had hamburgers. So, top recommend, even if you go for the double patty. Hi there, Benru. Welcome to the stream. You doing good, big man? I am doing fantastic. Thank you so much. Actually, hang on. Before we get too far into it. There we go. This is gonna keep me awake for a good 4 hours. Alright. So, down to 92 kilos, so close to getting down to like under 90. I was really, what we drinking? Pepsi Cola Max, the raspberry cola flavor. So, because I was kind of getting bored of just, you know, cola flavor, and I was like, you know what? Fuck it. We're gonna get some odd flavors. And yes, I know that in another universe, it would go straight to my ass, but it doesn't. It's empty calories is what it is. It's like, hang on a second. If I read this thing, drinking this gives me 3 kilojoules of energy, which isn't even a calorie. 3 kilojoules doesn't even get to a calorie of energy for me, so me drinking this is going to be expended by me breathing the flavor out. Pepsi Max Raspberry and Vanilla helped me keep the weight off. That's good. I'm glad that you were able to find that working. I particularly like Pepsi Max and their flavors as well. So, which is why, like, on my throne, I at least have the cans of... It's 0.7 kilocalories, so yeah, barely a calorie, exactly. So yeah, oh, look at the cutie patootie, 74%. High bimbo rating, high cuteness rating, Shinzo. You are a real catch. Chat, you should go check out real Shinzo. Say hi to them. But yeah, it's why, like, you know, check out my throne. I have a, I have the Pepsi Max on there. You know what I'm gonna do? Hang on a second. Let me go get, let me get Opera GX up and running. Apparently, but no one wants me. They're just not looking. We don't need to flip a coin. They're just not looking hard enough. Why is my Amazon.com? Give me a minute. Yep, it's .com. Pepsi Cola Vanilla. Alright, so we got a 10-pack here, and then we got a 30-pack. Alright, we'll go for the 10-pack that's here. Does it give you an option to just buy it individually? Yeah, okay, so there is an option for the one-time purchase. Cool. And then we go to Throne, which isn't in my... that is so fucking funny that there's just a random... But yeah, let me just get to my throne real quick, and I'm gonna add the Pepsi to there. Hopefully it gets in with, like, no problems whatsoever. So yeah, because I've got, like, a 30-pack of Pepsi on there. Actually, the most recent thing I've put on there is, this fella here, the Easy SMX D10, because it's, like, it's a controller that has, like, Hall effect, thumbsticks, and it has micro switches for the buttons and the triggers. It's a lot... It's about the same price as an Xbox controller, don't get me wrong, but it's got so much more packed into it than the Xbox controller does. Plus, apparently the build's pretty good. Alrighty. Give me a minute. Add a product link. Paste. Next. Let's see. Does it detect the Pepsi? Yes, it does. Yep. One quantity. Pepsi Max for the 0 sugar beverage. Default shipping. Yep, that's fine. And plus, it's like it's a relatively cheap item, so I'm not gonna do the thingy-majiggy. Because yeah, some of the items in here are set up in a fashion where it's like you can do a... Has this thing been set up to do... Okay, hang on a second. Proceed. Save gift. Alright, so that's being turned on to crowdfunding. But yeah, a lot of the things in here I have not made, like, crowdfunding. I'm not making this thing crowdfunding. The Substance Painter 2024. Because you know what's gonna happen when we get past the financial year? That is gonna be unavailable to purchase, and I'm gonna have to go for the 2025. So... That one is a... Yep, that one's a crowdfund. And then rent for anyone that's gonna be a real fucking, like, you know, crazy bitch to me. So yeah. Would be tempting to go for these, but I would much rather Pepsi Cola. Actually, what other flavors of Pepsi Cola are there? Like, okay, so they do have the raspberry. The electric blue is not a, you have a throne? Yes. Check out my throne. There we go. So yeah, let's see. Where's a 10 can? I want a 10 pack. Also, do not get Soda Streams. They sponsor Israel. Blah 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 blah. So there's the variety pack of classic and vanilla. Okay, hang on. Let me just type in raspberry. Raspberry. I love how it just throws us all the sponsored bullshit and... Oh, they don't have them in cans anymore! They used to have cans. I got the raspberries from Kohl's. And normally they come in can form. Not this one, but like this one here, the raspberry flavored soft drink. Now they're only coming in bottles of like... I'm gonna be real with you. It is tempting to put this on my throne, a 1.25 liter bottle, but I feel like that is going to be... That's gonna be a bit of a bit too much for me. Are you guys fighting? Are you fighting in my chat? Is that what's going on? Where Danamex is like fighting people in the chat using the intro fighters? The new Musashi Mango is really good if you want the 0-calorie caffeine fix. The what? Sorry? Hang on. The what? Musashi. It's not even typing. Hang on. Musashi Mango. Oh. These... Look, I'm gonna be real with you. These things are, like, the Musashis are real... Like, they are very small portion for the amount of calories they pack. It's fucking ridiculous. It's, like, I don't know how I feel about... So you're talking about, like, these things here? Like, the grape-flavored? A 0-sugar flavored energy drink for sustained performance. Amplified energy formula with amino acids. Supports normal energy metabolism. Reduces tiredness. B vitamins blend. I don't look. I'm gonna be real with you. I don't believe it. The Musashi energy drink. Try their website. I don't believe you can, like, I don't believe energy, like, I don't like energy drinks. Like, back when I was having them, like, full flavored with all the sugars and shit. I don't know if I'm going to enjoy, I don't know if I would enjoy the 0-sugar energy drinks because I'm not interested in the normal energy drinks. Also, Jesus Christ, there is so many fucking energy drinks in Australia. Like, they go through so many brands. It feels like an untapped... It feels like an unregulated market for, oh, do you want to do some, like, you know, health guru bullshit? Then don't go for, like, you know, supplements or diet shakes. Go for energy drinks or something. His bow is cheating? Here's the thing. You need to, like, gang up on people. You need more people chatting. More chatters equals more chaos, okay? So, ding dong. It's finally lost. Let's go. Yeah, so intro fighters would be really cool when there's like multiple people involved and such like that. It's very tempting to go for, like, I need to ask, actually, you know what? I'm gonna ask Sashara. I'm gonna ask, hang on a sec. Sashara, what's the thingy at the bottom of your stream that has the Pokemans? I think there's a non-Pokemon variant as well. So yeah, just gonna ask him that quick question there. But yeah. Oh, and look at that. Like, the minute one of you guys gets a weapon, it's like, it goes down to 0. There needs to be chat. There needs to be There needs to be energy going off in the chat to try and engage and keep you alive. Because otherwise, if it's just a one-on-one, like, you know, whoever's left standing with a fucking pitchfork is just gonna win on the one-to-ones every time. You need to gang up on people with weapons. You don't know what to say? Just throw emotes in. Just start experimenting with emotes, like, look at this. Like, you can do... So there's Omega LOL. And then... So if you do, like, you know... You can do, like, Omega LOL Candy. Or maybe you'll do, Mega Consume... French bread. I don't know. It's just a lot of things. Oh, also 93%. Nice work on that, Het. Welcome to the stream. See, Shinzo gets it. Shinzo gets it. They're doing emotes. If there's something worth talking about, then we can like, you know, rip the chat out from its, you know, emoji behavior and then get them over into get them into Conversation Street. But, you know, it is what it is. Why does it look like your hands get bigger, but your fingers thinner? You mean like this? Like, are you talking about like an illusion or something? Like, it could just be because of the, Good. Actually, you know what? Maybe it's a worthwhile question? Darn, you beat my himbo stat. You don't fight people, there isn't any Highlander rules with the himbo stats, okay? There is no Highlander rules with the himbo stats. You just simply, you do the work, you do the gains, and we see how we go, alright? Do not panic. Alrighty. Let me go and get Doom the Dark Ages up and running. Doom the Dark Ages is going to complain that I'm not using the latest driver. I don't give a shit, because when I do use the latest... Because the latest driver is having bugs and issues. NVIDIA, get your shit together, please. Like, there has not been a good driver experience for anyone on the 50 series. I am on a 30 series right now, and I've recently had to deal with some blank screen going black issues and my NVIDIA driver crashing, leaving me with a black screen. I don't appreciate it. Can you please fix that bullshit? So yeah. So yeah.
Oh, this.
Oh my god, Tanmux! Thank you so... Oh my god, you are my biggest fan now. Fuck Angrel. Angrel ain't my biggest fan anymore. It's clearly Tanmux. You don't know what it does, but you're going to claim it. You're my #1 fan. That's what it is. You're my biggest fan. Thank you so much for being here. Hang on a second. Let me VIP. There we go. Bing. Dong. And I totally forgot I left this on. I left this on because I was doing some experimentations with Whatsamahoozy. Yeah, I'm averaging, like, not even that... I'm not averaging that many frames. Hang on a sec. Let me lower the quality of this thingy-madiggy. Yep, motion blur is off. Alright, let's change to... So we're gonna change to high. And... This is 2 gigs. Where's my... Let me have a look. Upscaler's TAA. Frame generation is off. Vulkan's doing its thing. We got 24,000 megabytes of VRAM. So we're using 7. We got 16 free, so... Let's... Oh my... Oh, we can go up to like... You know what? Fuck it. Let's see what happens when we do like 4,096. Alright, so now it's using like 9,000 VRAM. Although... Okay, never mind. Let's use way less. Nah, let me just... I'm gonna put it to medium. Alright, so right now it's keeping to a steady 50. let me just, let's just go into a game and let's see how it goes. This isn't the most latest chapter, but let's see how it is. You worried about getting enough air? No, I'm not worried about getting air.
Cruisers are done loading.
Very good. Get to your ship. I thought...
Alright, let's skip this. Alrighty.
All Atlas to defensive positions. Marking the Hellgates now.
Hello!
Hello! So yeah, so it's getting a lot of GPU hits. There we go. Yeah, CPU and GPU is not having a fun time.
Energy production is down because of the...
Hello there, Indigo. Welcome to the stream. We're doing a little more, Doom, like the Dark Ages. Right now, I've got, like, the little thingy-majiggy running right now on the background. I don't want to update the drivers because there's people that have been having issues with the latest drivers in a newer game. So, like, I'm sticking to the thing that I have. And as we can see here, GPU and CPU are just having an absolute, you know, shitty time. There we go. There we go. There we are. There we go. Break you down. So yeah, it looks like it just sticks to like a simple,
defensive turrets took some damage.
yeah, it looks like it's stuck to 60 from the looks of it.
Path for the lifeboats.
There are 4 more Hellgates.
Alright, let me just have a look and see. Here's my display. So right now it's on full screen. It's running off of, like, this guy here. I'm gonna head to my control panel. Hello there. Alright, so from the looks of it, the main screen I have is, like, with GC compatibility. It is set to 165 hertz. So, yeah, this game is having, like, a really hard time trying to break over. So my refresh rate, I've told, is 165. There is no vertical, there is no, like, vertical, there's no VSync. Present from compute, recommended for present the final image from an asynchronous queue to simulate running into issues with external screen overlays. So, resolution scale. So, I'm keeping it to that. And then that's all our performance matrix. Field of view, keeping us depth of the field, sharpening. If we change to the upscaler, going with quality, it still runs around 60. There we go, break you. go. There we go. You down, there we go. There we go, blow you up. Some health. So yeah, looks like it's just gonna be a simple, like it only does like 60 frames at best. But now it's not having like a full panic in the GPU for whatever reason. Oh. I don't like the fact I need... I did not see the message you posted, Het Automod. Oh wait, I see it. Hang on, it's in the Automod queue, but it looked like it had an issue with the word accountant, or at least the misspelling of accountant, I should correctly say. There we go. Go. Ding, ding, ding. Yeah, alright. I don't think anyone's... Actually, what happens if I change from quality to... So I'm on custom right now with the lower... So if I go to, like, ultra right now... Going to the normal... Let's see. Yeah, it still sticks to 60 for whatever... Oh, hang on. Oh, wait. I think I know. I think I did something long ago. I think I did something to my global settings to try and get Mafia 3 working. And it might have done a little bit of a screwy here. Hang on a second. So where is the global settings? You switch the C for an O. Accountant. Oh, okay. So hang on a second. Let me allow your message. The American credit cards. You were looking around Zeebs to see what I could contribute to, but when I got at the checkout, they asked me to add a card, which I can't do because I'm under an accountant. Under what? Sorry. So yeah, hang on a second. There's probably a thing in here that's limiting my... Like, I've probably, like, set a maximum... No, my maximum frame rate is off. What did Mr. Rain do? I bet I know... Was it the O? That would make it... Contain a naughty word in the mid... Yeah, okay. Okay, it doesn't look like I've done any, frame limitations. So yeah, never mind. It can only like do so much. Although never mind, it's now just pushing like fucking. Nope, never mind. So yeah, it's just gonna push 60. It's gonna do its best at 60, and that's it. All right, so if we go low, applying that just does the frame rate at the top. I'm not gonna have the frame rate running off because that is not necessary. So, all right. Next siege, let's go. So yeah, but no, so sorry for like fucking around in a level we already dealt with and what have you, and wasting like 30 minutes of your time. But I wanted to see like, you know, if there was a performance different or anything like that. But really, this game doesn't. Oh my goodness, that is some really low textures.
Shield is down, and the gate.
Oh, it's got a.
Serdragonks 88
That is
paid
some-
me to
Player,
say screwy
There's a
Louie.
turret in the courtyard you can use
Screw
to
you,
hold them
Louie.
off.
Never mind. I thought I knew what was it doing, but I don't. I thought it had like a really low field of view for LOD, but nah, I think it's just some weird blur thing. And use this. Nah. Thank you for the nut button. Come on. Nice. Pushes him back. You're glad you're not American? I myself am American, but I don't live in America. I'm glad there are some bits. Let me just lower down the volume so this thing isn't so loud for me. There are some bits that I like about America, such as, like, you know, where some of my friends are and what have you. But I would not want to live in America. And I remember, like, there was a comedian or something like that that was in an interview. I can't remember his name. He was some black guy, and I'm trying to remember his name for the life of me. He was on, like, I'm trying to think, like he's a Daily Show, like, what's a Mahoozy guy? And what the oh, fuck you. There we go. He was like a Daily Show correspondent fella or something like that, kind of like what John Oliver was before John Oliver did his own thing. And yeah, he was in this interview, which was supposed to be like this mixture of, like, you know, serious and dumb. And it was like, oh, what's a recommendation you give to the young American youths living in America? And he's like, leave. You know, shit's going weird. Get out of the country. Make it a generational thing, okay? Because, like, it is, like, whatever's happening is just not beneficial to you. All right, is there anything else I'm missing in this area, or nah? Nope. Alrighty, so we're just going up. That's it. But then we got a bad rep when you guys do something stupid. But yeah, like, here, yeah, I'm American as well, and it's like, yep, there's gonna be shit that goes on. Hang on, is this a... Okay, let me try and get to, there we go. Get all the gold. go. Ow. I accidentally caught myself on fire like an idiot. Alright, so he wanted me over here. And then would just do a jump, but we avoided that. Alrighty then. Once again, using G to use. So yeah. But nah. The thing is that in the United States, yes, there is the stereotype that Americans are dumb. But I'm gonna have to be real with you. Like, the nation of the United States has a wild fucking spectrum. Like, that is, like, Harvard, Yale, Berkeley, all kinds of, like, highly intelligent people have come from the States. But also some of the dumbest motherfuckers have come from the States. And the reason why we know this is because if anything happens on the internet, 8 out of 10 times, it's coming from the United States because that's where a majority of the people are able to post their shit to. Yale had Jacinta Ardern make a speech during a graduation ceremony. In typical blunt New Zealand fashion, she was like, "Yeah, I would say to y'all to be strong and all those other cliches, but it's a veritable tire fire out there." Jesus Christ. Wait, who's Jacinta Ardern? Like, should I know her? Was she, like, Prime Minister or something? Oh, fun fact, Shinzo. The reason why we can have, like, we see all these news articles about Florida man and shit like that is because in Florida, you're able to get to the police records with very little problem. There is very little, like, that gets done in Florida to make whatever criminal record sealed. So, if something loony happens in Florida, there is a police record you can look up freely. And the only thing that's, like, rescinded is, like, the person's name, I think. Hence why you get all these fun fucking stories of some of the craziest fucking crimes in Florida, because Florida will let you learn about that. California won't tell you shit.
Commander, he signed off.
Oh, okay, so we're going down there? Yep. We're going down there. I'll just jump down. Easy enough. Oh. Oh, this guy moves faster than the, Yep. So yeah. The hell of Ohio. I'm happy I live in the Netherlands, and to be honest, we have some wild shit too. Yeah, but who gives... Like, here's the thing, is that, again, because the Netherlands isn't, like, you know, chronically online and shit like that, like America is. It's like, you barely hear shit... Oh, that's what we need to hit. So, break this thing down. Is there another thing we can break? No, not from the looks... Oh, hang on. So, climb up... Oh, hang on. So, climb up this thing. For the last week, the news was dominated by the disappearing of 2 children that have never... Their dad obfuscated them and drove them in the water of his car. What the fuck? Wait, was that in the United States? Or... Oh, no, you're talking about the Netherlands. Dunk. Alrighty. Okay. Is this thing gonna break at some point? Because I don't want to drop... maybe I do need to drop down there. Oh, wait, no, there's a way to double back. Never mind. I thought... Yeah, okay, never mind. Pick you up, get some max health. Oh, nice. Break you... Oh! Ding, bonk. Is there anyone else? No, there isn't. Alright, cool. No more secret rooms. We can... Already full health. Someone shot a chip for knocking... Okay, can we stop with the crazy stories from, like, Florida or Ohio or anything like that? I wasn't meaning to have that kind of shit start up. Go. There we go. Break you off. There we go. And there we go. Alright, so shotgun's not super effective against you, annoyingly enough. Oh, what's this? The fuck is that? Oh, it's my, Super Ball, which goes into this thingy-majiggy here. Okay. Alright, well, that was foolish of me. Zeebs is from the Deep South? Zeebs isn't from the Deep South. Zeebs is from the Savannah. Although, me personally, like, I have been, like, all over the world. So... Oh, hello. Wait. Oh, wait, no, I've already been in this direction. So, I came up here, and... my directions available to me, so locked doors left and right, because of giant gates. There's a key up there that we could try and get. Oh, hello? Did anyone hear that? Oh, wait, no, so those gates don't want to open. Alright, never mind. Okay, so... Yonk, jump. Get the armor. We need a secret key. And there isn't a way through here. Bonk you in the fucking head, shall we? Thank you for the hyper himbo. I greatly appreciate it, Masonic. Where the fuck am I going? Still alive. Thank Christ. There we go. That should have all the adversaries killed in this area, which it does. Nice, nice, nice. Alrighty. There we go. Secret found. Power armor picked up. Jump. Jump. Alrighty. So, look! Wait, where is the... There it is. Alright, so... Nice. Thank you. So... So there's hoppy things there. No, not the balls! Why are you activating everything? Dude. No, so no targets there. I'm figuring out this map, okay? Any point to this? No, there isn't. So we want to try and get to that thing there. Oh, okay, cool. So there is a way we can get to the upper floors then. I don't have to try and find it from this side. How is it going, Masonic? No! Everything was activated. Yeah. Alrighty. Now for the fun stuff. Alright, so... There we go. So that will no doubt open up some... Yep, it does. Because of the... From this side, it does. Ding, 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 ding. Get fucked, you invisible piece of shit! God, I hate that. And I got my secret key. You're drinking your coffee and wanting to touch the pecs. Alright, cool. So we went from one side to the other. Yep, open all that. Grab these. Oh, goddamn traps. Alrighty, so there's 2 doors we can open with the secret key. Oh, got myself on fire again. Alright, so there's this one. Ding dun 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 dun. Giving us the codex. Nice. Giving us a dossier about the siege. I know there isn't a, you know, a good reason to go through these secrets on stream, but I like to. There we go. Jump up. Yep, okay. Yep, cool. Cool. Break you. You stunned. What the fuck is doing? No. Okay, cool. You're dead. You're dead. Pick up these things. I keep forgetting I have, like... I keep forgetting I have way more weapons, and I only use, like, 2 or 3 of them, honestly. Yeah. Although... Wait. God damn it. Never mind. Alright, fuck it. We're not doing secrets. Not gonna chase after them on stream. We're gonna speed run this fucker. Alright, that wasn't really speed run strat, but you get the gist.
Structural damage detected.
Oh, that's not gonna do me good. There we go. Thank you for the health. Oh, okay, so it's to the right. I gotta remember, people are right-handed more often, so they want you turn. So they expect people to turn to the right, not to the left most often. Easy.
Emergency protocols are in effect. Please clear the hangar immediately.
Go. There we go. I didn't realize this guy was gonna give me a heart, in that he was like a special dude. And there we go. That wasn't so hard. You have a rapid fire gun, a saw boomerang, and a spike ball. And I forget many of them so fucking often. We have a boomstick, a rapid fire stake. Actually, hang on. Boomstick, super boomstick, rapid fire stake, sniper stake, skulls turned into fucking, like, paper mache, and a big spiky chain ball. Oh, god damn you.
The last flight has been evacuated.
Alright, upgrades available for melee. Let's have a look. So, using the gauntlet sends a jolt. Igniting, hold space. Demons hit by flare, scorched, and drop armor. Sure. Alright, what's your thing? Deals increased damage to armor. Yes, I kind of need that. And what's your thing? Melee strikes now build up charge. The pulverizer fires an increased number of projectiles per shot over a wider distance. Parrying a Hell Surge instantly charges your next shot. What? Hitting with a shield throw, shield charge, drops impaler ammo. No idea. Alright, so we've got... Spread is reduced at maximum charge. It's increased at maximum charge. Fuck it. And then we got our shield that has an extended reach against, like, fodder peeps. We might get other upgrades at some point. Ah.
No more tricks, old king.
Is that our chain shield, like, cutting through the door now? Never had to do it like that before. It's like when they introduced electric Mass Effect whips and swords in Mass Effect, which already had rocket launchers, machine guns, assaults, and sniper. There was already a lot, but I'm glad when they introduced that in Mass Effect 3, it was limited to melee only. Like, I'm fine with them introducing some weapons, but, like, really, we're good with 3 or 4 tops. We don't need 10. Who the fuck is this witch? Damn it. Uh-oh. And we're all the way at the bottom. We're not gonna rescue him in time. Oh, it's empty. Is it empty?
Tell me where it is.
Aww. The Krogan headbutt. The Krogan headbutt. Krogans are just powerful. Alrighty, picked up a little bit of gold. Skip all this nonsense. I know we didn't get the toy. Oh, it didn't take us to the next one. Alright, never mind. To the Abyssal Forest next. At least these games load quickly.
Thera, if the tether is removed, the Makers... their directive was clear.
I
What
don't
would you have us do?
I don't think she cares.
Nothing.
It can't be removed. We scanned it. It's wired to a detonator. That demon, he's after something. You saw that. We call it the Heart of Argent. Anyone who wields it, they'd have the power of a god. Stronger than maybe even you. But the heart
Good luck
is
with that.
incomplete. It's made up of 2 parts. The other half is a power source, and we don't know where it is.
Valen's search party is still active.
If he ever gets control of it, that much power in Hell's hands, none of us would survive. Unlock the Ancestral Forge.
Oh, he's gonna make something, isn't he? We're gonna get, like, another melee weapon, aren't we? Or something bullshit like that. And looks like Hell's forces are corrupting the Maker already. Yeah... yeah? Maybe.
I ask only to be heard. Contact the ministry. You are stranded in this realm. There is no one left to trust. That is why you allow me to speak.
They're also power hungry.
we're done. I'm meeting him at the forge. My people guarded this forest for generations.
Oh, is this another... Yeah, this is another open world map. God fucking damn it.
You'll need a key to continue through that gate.
Just let me have shotgun. Just don't bother giving me any other weapons. Convenient key on the neck. Goes haywire with that many eyes pointed in that many directions.
Did you see it?
What did I miss, Jin? Hi, Jin. Yeah, I get full health. Alrighty. Oh, it was pointed at Indiegogo. Radio, radio. go. Get rid of you. That would do it. I'll pick up these things. Oh, hello. Alright. Still alive.
The mine shut down after the attack, but the forge still has power. The demons are drawn to it.
Demons just yearn for the mines. Don't care for the Eternal Shrine. There isn't anything new in my little ensemble that requires upgrade. Dun 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 dun. Ba da da dun 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 dun. There we go. Still alive. Very distracted. It's fun, don't get me wrong. It's just, you know, there's not a lot of, you know, me needing to react to any of this fucking shit. I'm just absorbed in it, as you can see. There. There we go.
The cannons in the watchtower can clear a path.
we go. Dunk. Oh, okay, so just fire the bolt and that's it. Okay. I thought there was going to be, like, waves of horde to deal with or something or other, but I guess not. Another secret, giving us a ruby.
This site is ancient. These mines were built to harvest the raw materials of the ancestral beasts. The forge is inside.
I missed the parts where I was grabbed their, like, you know, little spikes and stabbed them in their own eye.
Far now.
I missed that. They don't seem to be doing that anymore when we go to, you know, run in for the melee kill anymore. I miss Doom Eternal's little flavor of that. Now it's just kick. And it's only when you get to special bosses does it do something. Oh, okay, so this gives us now a grenade launcher, which, once again, using the spike bowls. Alright. Fire and arc that can bounce multiple times before detonating. Cool.
We can enhance your weapons inside the forge.
Oh, okay, so... Run this way, jump across, drop down, break that, throw that. There we go.
Picking up high levels of demonic presence near the forge.
You been playing Dead Island 2 a lot and has some of the best gory kills? Oh, okay. I remember Dead Island 1 long ago, and I recently got Dead Island 2 thanks to Epic Game Store making it available for free. So that's gonna... So I'm probably not gonna stream the experience, to be real with you, the Dead Island 2, because like I've got enough in my to-do list, frankly. Fuck it, use another one of you, so then that way I don't have to... Like, that's the whole point of chasing after these things in the early game, was so then that way I didn't... go.
Agadon Hunter identified.
A what hunter? Oh. Shiny and chrome for Valhalla. Ow. There we go. What does the Argent Hunter give me? Oh, nothing. Okay, it's just a difficult boss. Darn. I thought he would give me something. He's gonna be annoying to deal with if they start making him like a regular cannon fodder enemy, I can tell you what. You kill someone with it, and the finisher is literally shoving it in their skull and ripping it forward. It takes half their face off. Nice. 44%. Yeah, the minute I don't care about secrets, we're just going wham. Parry revenant projectiles, execute dazed demons with shield charge. Thinking of Doogie. Yep, cool. The Ancestral Forge next. I'm gonna swap over to standing mode real quick. What is up with my... When I get paid next week, I'm gonna get some, like, ointment or something like that, because my belly button's a bit itchy. I don't like that.
The mine is open.
Oh my god, is... Oh, okay, so this is an open world map. God damn you. God damn you, of course you did. Of course you made an open world.
Powers the forge. It needs to be reactivated.
Was that meant to be a secret area? Oh, okay, bombs. Yep. Yep, that would explain it. Alright. Moving on. Alright, cool. So this is the right way. I just need to not follow. So it could be another AA title. Yeah, Epic Games looks to be doing a... like, for all we know, it could only just be, like, the Dead Island 2 one, and they don't want to, like, you know, make us be disappointed right out the get-go. So, you know, manage expectations. we go. There we go. There we go. Oh. Alright, get that up and running. If your belly button's itchy, it could just be as simple as chucking some moisturizer or aloe on it. That's what I'm thinking. Like, just a topical steroid ointment or something like that to, like, you know, subside the itching feeling, but also to strengthen the skin. So then that way I'm not, you know, I'm not gonna go ham and, like, start scratching the skin off or anything like that. Oh, hello. Oh, okay, I thought that thing would break under my fall, but I guess it didn't. Ah, fuck you. There we go. Excuse me. Stay alive. There we go. Oh, cool. Survived that fall. I thought I was gonna be another death or something like that, but no, never mind. Boom. Another secret key, which we do not have. So we activate this guy. It's 2 of 3 hearts now. This running around business is not to my fancy.
Finished. One more switch.
There we go. Wait, no, that's where I came from, so... Yeah, this way is where I need to go next. I get what they were wanting to try and do, like, give you choice, like they did in the Uncharted, like, DLC. I remember there was, like, a video about that. Okay, so I need to find the other wolf to unlock that. Oh, there it is. Oh, and then there's one more I need to find. Okay. I thought it was like we were trying to light wolves up, not... Okay, okay. There we go. could you, like, you know, stop with the... There we go. Oh my god. Thank you for the full health. Dick. Cool. Got a secret key now. Belly button still itches. I gotta ignore it. I gotta stream through the discomfort. That's all the ancestral hearts out of the way.
Heart has been primed.
Alrighty, so there's a secret gem over there that requires us... Okay, knowing our luck, it's probably all the way over there, that wolf, so... Since it's for, like, a unique thingy-majiggy, fuck it, let's go for it. Am I going the right way? Yep, I'm going the right way, so... Never mind, it's just for cash. That is not what I was interested in. I need to find one of the wolves and release them so they have the goodest boy free. Sentinel Shrine detected. I keep pressing M, but M is not the key I want. Okay, so it's all the way... So it's over there, the thing that we might want to explore. Yeah, so there. Yeah, see, he doesn't, like, stab him in the eye or anything like that. He just, you know, kicks him. There we go. The Vagary toy. Nice. And a gem. Didn't find the wolves, but that is what it is. Alright, back to sitting mode. I have had my stand for long enough, I feel. We return to sitting mode. Yeah, we've picked up the secrets there. So, all there is, you know, getting the big cache of money that's there. Oh. Thank you. And then... Dunk. Oh, it's you, you asshole. Ugh. Hate that guy. Oh, that's where the, yeah, that's where the purple shrine was, and I didn't have a way to open that up from where I was. And then... yeah, I've already defeated the guy that was there, and I didn't go the opposite way to get him out. And then that's that. Oh well. Bad news, bears. Sit in mode is best mode. The best mode is actually to be able to alternate. It's not about sitting all day, standing all day. It's about being able to move your body so then that way you're utilizing the muscles rather than like sitting in a comfortable position or locking in all the time. So that's what you want. That's why I like a standing desk, being able to swap from like sitting to standing so freely. Oh, another gem. Hi there, Max. Welcome to the stream. I'm doing all right. I'm going through Doom: The Dark Ages. It is a fun romp, but I will be real with you. There's very little commentary coming from me because, you know, it just absorbs my attention and what have you. And then if I'm not absorbed into it and having a conversation, I'm not going to do oh too well, owing the fact that, you know, this takes attention from you. How's it going on your end of things? Oh, hello. Oh, don't you dare. There we go. Oh, come on. That's annoying that it did that. So yeah, doing my best. You helped a kitten? Oh, and you helped them see? Okay. Sounds pretty good. Good work on that. Alright, we're gonna make this rise up. Get the codex, get the secret thing. Okay, so it gives us a new skin for the super shotgun. We pick up another one of those things. Damn it. I was hoping we could make that jump, but we couldn't. You cleaned up his eyes. They were so heavy with crust, and you gently cleaned it with a wet wipe and helped right in the body to open the eyes. Aww. That's really sweet. Good for you. I hope the cat's cute. I don't have, like, too strong of a thing for cats, but I definitely understand their appeal, and I will never disrespect anyone for going for them. There we go. Upgrades available. Flail strikes deal additional damage to metal shields and armor. Will also generate armor shards. Yes, please. And then every flail also scorches nearby enemies and causes them to drop armor. Yes, please. And then what's the upgrade we got for you? Melee strikes now build and maintain charge. Makes sense for the pulverizer. Alright. In we go. He was just a little guy. Fair enough. But yeah. Also, in my Discord and my Blue Sky and Twitter, like, they're not all connected, so if you vote in more than one, it's definitely going to, you know, play into the votes and what have you. But I have a poll going off on what games I should be playing on Monday. And because I can pick up a new series. I've got the Metal Gear Solid series on the PlayStation, Metal Gear Solid Master Collection Volume 1, but I also have Devil May Cry on the PC. And I want to see what people want me to play, like one or the other, and we'll make that the Monday thing. So it could be Devil Monday Cry or Monday Gear Solid. Alright. Oh, so while we have the tether, it may not be holding us, but it is giving a view of what we're doing. So we're not, like, completely off the leash. We just have a very loose leash. I'm guessing that's Argent energy in, like, you know, a bloody form. And there we go.
They're here, falling back. We'll meet you at the exit.
Alright, so what does it do for our shield? Shield runes. Parrying projectiles will now activate the power of the Whatsamahuzi. You have granted the power of the Ground Fisher. Ground Fishers create a linear damage attack that will interrupt enemies. Awesome. So that's Ground Fissures. We can purchase all those at a shrine. And then Steadfast. This will recover faster and also recover faster after breaking. Killing multiple fodder with a shield throw will empower your next shield charge, allowing it to deal increased damage to the primary target. The stun duration of the saw is magnified. Cool. we go. Just gotta get rid of the shield of all these guys first. Where's the leader? There's the leader. There we go. Ding. Yeah! Cute guy who lives in the building behind mine has 4 cats. I know this because he's been having trouble emptying out one of the larger litter boxes you've ever seen. Oh my goodness. Yay! Chapter completed! Oh, 72%. We actually did fairly well with the secrets on that one. Although I did get distracted with secrets, so... Score 10 direct hits. Didn't do that. Lockdown. Nope, didn't do that. Discovered secrets. So that would require the Revenant skin for whatever the fuck that is. Alright. Next chapter. The Forsaken Plains. If we get up to chapter 14 before the end of the night, we're doing pretty well in terms of progress. Because last night, or the last time I played this on Thursday, it took, like, you know, 3 to 4... Took 4 and a bit hours to get to 7 chapters, and there's 22 chapters in total. So... Oh, God! I thought being a furry didn't mean I had to go here.
I can help you target her location.
What the fuck are you doing, Maker?
Using the tether.
Yes. That would be most useful.
No harm must come to her.
Why, witch?
She is the heart of Argent.
What?
Then why didn't she use her sorcery against us?
The true scope of that human's power is unknown to her.
The ceremony. It must take place in my world.
Of course.
The heart is found. Now.
Hi there, Dragon Knight. Thank you for the raid yesterday. You're very kind. Not gonna stick around because I don't want story still, because I'm not. Because you've not done hardly any of it, but just wanted to know that your thoughts are very much appreciated. Not to worry. I'm glad that hopefully the raiders stuck around and they had a wonderful time with you. So, thank you so much for the kind words.
Close the gate.
I am barely following the story, other than when they do big reveals like this, where the witch is like, "Oh my goodness, this is the MacGuffin lady. She doesn't realize she's the MacGuffin lady." Big hugs. Big hugs. Alright.
You've tried to attack here before, but we couldn't break through to Azric's fortress. Look out for damaged Atlands. You may have to repair one to reach the target.
Mm-hmm. No idea what's going on with my controls right now. There we go. Alright, new weapon. Evil looking guy abusing others to his other and then promising when asked to pay the piper. Whoever thought a villain might not keep promises. Nah, villains don't. Rocket launchers fire slowly. Use at a close range can be risky as the explosion could damage you. You can switch the active gun within from the arsenal dossier. Yep. Oh, they wanted me to use that rocket launcher as much as possible.
Alert. 2 hell cannons detected.
Is this an open area that's asking me to do the...
After you take those out, we'll be clear to get one of those Atlands working again.
orders.
Yep, no, they just... It's open world again. God fucking damn it with this! There we go. Nope, that cyst means nothing. Can't get through there. Serious? Oh my god. Huh. Where the fuck am I meant to go? God damn you, game. Yeah, I'm just going around in circles. Alright, so head straight. Nope, because then that sends me back to there. I need to be going this way. Give me ammo. It's such a cliche. It's like someone dates a red flag even when they... Oh, the evil thingamadiggy. Yeah, cliches, believe it or not, are nice to have. Don't disrespect the cliches just because they happen. Oh, thanks for the help. Ah, god damn you, there's another... What's a move? Oh, this guy. There we go.
Hellfire core.
You want to have cliches in your stories, so then that way the lessons are able to get pushed through repetition when needed. Alright, so that's the first cannon out of the way, I suppose. Yep, that's the first cannon out of the way.
Updating local map. One hell cannon remains.
There we go. I hate these things a little bit. They feel... like, the parrying I like, I just don't know, you know, where the more active counter for them is. Whee! Alrighty, so we go up this way. Okay, so that was for that. Oh, missed one. Ding. Go. Bringing us here. Pick up all this. Head over this way. destroy the tank. Good, good, good. Neat. I am going in the right direction. Nope, I am not going in the right direction. What the fuck? There we go. This is the right direct. Nope. Is it? Nope, this is not the right direction. Excuse me, game. Can you tell me where the fuck I'm meant to go? The Cyber Daemon! And whatever the fuck this port- oh, okay, cool. Hey, there we go. Now there was something different because I did a jump in a E. Maybe because I was finally close enough. Who knows? Oh, secret key. Oh, it's behind the door, isn't it? Yeah, it's behind the door. It's behind a many thingamajiggy door. Life has many doors, Ed boy. Go. That's one of the secrets, but we need to keep climbing higher, higher. Oh, never mind. We don't have to climb any higher. We just need to drop down here, pick up the key, and there we go. Beauty. There we go. Jump. Ah. Hey, challenge completed, and we get a skin. go, and we survived. Neat. Did the room get, like, darker when we... Yeah, I think it did. Pretty sure the room was going dark in that place. Alrighty, where the fuck are we? Oh, wrong direction. We go down this way. Yep, this is the right direction now. Cool, found another secret for one of those revive tokens, but the revive token doesn't help me. Oh, cool. His, what's-mahoozy is, his morale is broken, so... Yeah! And we get ourselves more health! Excellent. Alright, cool. We're going the right direction. So many explosions.
All hell cannons destroyed.
My brain just not able to have like full conversation. I'm just like rocket launcher go boom.
Power core nearby that still holds a charge. You can use it to get the
Sounds good. Oh, now we get the... Alright, let's have a look at the melee. So we fully equipped that. Hi there, Sune Wolf. Thank you for the hyper himbo. Welcome, welcome. Taking us... This is going to be a little bit slower as we're in this screen here. Alright, so Aftershock. The distance of the ground traversal is increased. Demons hit by the ground are scorched and dropping armor. So that makes us steadfast. We got 350 we can spend. Let's do 150 to you. And then purchase you. Giving us Aftershock. And then this, killing multiple fodder demons with shield throw will empower your next thingy-majiggy. Sure. We'll activate that one. And then this requires 2, which increases our thingy-majiggy, and that requires 175. And then this one has upgrades that we can apply. So either the shotgun, demons affected by burn applied by the combat shotgun drop more ammo pickups. Burn applied by the combat shotgun cause demons to explode on death. Love the idea of that. You can change which is active at any time in the dossier. Cool. And then we got tune-up. Firing in rapid succession. Instantly applies burn to fodder demons. Sure. Alright, so... Yep, so we keep you to that, and then eat this. The combat shotgun fires an increased number of projectiles per shot. I don't have the thingy-majiggy for that, so... No idea how. Does it give me the ultimate thingy? No. Why do I not have the ultimate thingy? Pretty sure everyone that needs to be killed is killed. Never mind, let's see. Alright, so we get rid of this. Ooh, shiny. It goes. This game captures my attention very strongly, but there's barely any commentary I can make about it when I play the game. It's a fun shooter. That's it. That's all it's doing for me. It captures the attention, and it's fantastic. It doesn't, like, you know, get me to, like, take a pause or anything like that. The most you're gonna get from me is just, you know, locked in syndrome, and then just being like, brrr. Alright, so we grab this obsidian? Wraithstone. Okay. Well, I'm going to apply that to the first weapon I have that is unlocked for the Wraithstone shit, and that's the... No, not the barbed. We're going to apply it to the combat shotgun, because I use it so fucking much. Hit demons with every pellet from thingy-majiggy shotguns. Alright, I just need to be up close and very fucking personal with them. go. Where does it want me going? Where the... Hello? Power up the Atlan. Ah, okay, so... I'm powering up this thing, am I? Or... No idea what it's telling me to... where to go to power up the thing. I guess in here I'm going? No. Where is the thingy-majiggy I need to fight? Oh, hang on. Okay, so now that I've... God damn, that was a bit of a... That is a bit of a waste. Alright. How else am I going to get to that? Ah, okay, here we go, here we go. Grab all the gold from that. Doesn't give us all the ammunition, but... Or it doesn't give us a lot of gold, but it gives us some. In we go. Hey, 90%, not bad. Alright, Rocket Man, Exterminator, Gore Nest. Nice, so we got... Conquester requires us doing a mastery of the Barrel Stuffer, which is 32 out of 150. That's not going to be impossible to do. Got the health, got the armor, got the ammo. Didn't get all the secrets, that's fine. We got the Wraithstone, which was good. Got ourselves a Cyber Demon. Hellbreaker! Next chapter we go. Here we go. The Slayer begins an Atlan assault on the Fortress of Hell.
Autopilot engaged. System reboot in progress.
I remember back in like Doom 2016 and Doom Eternal, he was very ready to like just punch fuckery and all that kind of nonsense. Barely cared about like doing the machine work, and then he goes into like mechas in Dark Age, and it's like, yep, put in the power, engage the pilot systems.
Online. Manual controls are now active.
I forgot the controls. Shield block is the... Nope. For the Atlan. Press to throw a punch. Right to do the finisher. Rocket. Perfect. Oh, okay. So I need a dodge. There we go. Break down every structure in hell. Ah ha ha.
fortress is ahead.
Whee! Alright. You give us a... Nope, you give us another gun. I thought it was gonna be like a giant sword, but sure. I don't know if the lavas of hell are resilient. Aw.
The Makers have confirmed that Azric's signal is still inside.
Ooh. Another rune? Yep, looks like some sort of rune. Holy Swarm. You've acquired a new shield room. Holy Swarm. When activated, it will launch out seeking blades in a wide arc, hunt down, and deal damage to enemies. You can now switch in the dossier at any time. You can also view currently unlocked thingy-majiggies. Cool. So we'll use you for the time being, get a little feel for you. Oh wait, hang on, what am I thinking? I want to use the shotgun as much as I can, so I can get, like, the... I can get the what's-mahoozy stuff from it. It is such a ridiculously powerful shotgun. I love that I can fully upgrade this. give me endless shotgun ammo, honestly. Just give me endless. Don't bother with all the others. Woo! More shotgun ammo! Donk, donk, donk. It's just stomping my feet down across hell and making my way till I lose myself. Open sesame. Beautiful. Oh, let me pick up another health pack. I feel like killing Ozrak is... This is a very quick... Like, I feel like we're gonna try and fail. Or, who knows? Maybe. Nah, he's a hologram. He's not gonna be actually killable.
Our time will come.
Although I did have to, you know, just... Yeah, get your heart. Giving me increased shields. Thank you. And all of the health from all the different enemies around.
Bishop Creed has called a meeting with me. We need you at the command station. Opening a portal now.
Oh, neat. Okay. So now I have... Chapter completed! Again, 94% ain't bad. Alrighty, dink. So, no secrets, no dolls. Did get the essential for the armor. 5 perfect dodges. Damage 3 or more demons as the Slayer with a single Holy Swarm 5 times. Damage 2 or more Titans with a single Stomp. Yeah, I wasn't going to be able to accomplish that. We got the Elusive, whatever the fuck that is. And on to the next chapter. Whatever this chapter is called with the Sentinel Command Station. Or it's just an intermission thing. I might need to go to the bathroom, I'm sorry to say. I might need to do a quick bathroom break. Yeah, I'm gonna do a quick bathroom break, so give me a moment to... Nope, that doesn't start the music. That's just start some random YouTube video. I'm just gonna go to the bathroom real quick, okay? So, here's this, do that. Piss break! Oh my god. Jack! Look at all these birds! Look at them! They're oh so beautiful! Look at these boys! Look at them. There we go! The Okami Joroguro are spooky. The Okami simplified them. I imagine Okami simplified them because this was a Wii game at the start. So I reckon, like, to avoid any kinds of, you know, scaring the fucking bejesus out of children, they toned some stuff down. They don't have phobias like in the United States, but, you know, they still have things of, like, you know, don't make 100% spooky spiders. Mommy, milkers, candy, bye. I'm just seeing like Sash crying and Arya just being like, no. I'm not wrong. We literally said goodbye. Alright. Piss break is over. I'm gonna swap over to standing mode. So yeah, here's the rub. Here's the rub, chat. I'm enjoying Doom the Dark Ages as a video game. Like, that much is certain, but it's not exactly a video game that is, like, sort of allowing me to, like, react and what have you. I'm just, you know, absorbed into it, quite frankly. Let me just stop dancing for a little bit. I'm just absorbed into it. So it's like, if anyone, like, pipes up in chat, or, you know, the lack of people piping up in chat, I feel like it's just very much the case of I am just totally in this. Like, the last message was back from Benru when we went through a cutscene. And there isn't that many cutscenes in the Doom Dark Ages, which is a good thing. Let me be frank, it is a good thing that Doom the Dark Ages doesn't have, like, a whole ton of cinematics for us to go through.
Cinematics? We love cinematics!
Oh, hi there, I'm Cap. Welcome to the stream.
Hi, gang.
How's it going? You doing?
It is finally the GrantZeebs debut of the new PNG tuber.
Let me give a zoom in so people can see. Look at that new PNG tuber with your Rothgar with the glasses.
Yes.
So yeah.
When she has the glasses on, she is not my Hrothgar. She is someone who doesn't know my Hrothgar. Have you ever heard of Cinco Benese? The totally not my Hrothgar.
I don't know why. When you said Cinco Benese, I was thinking of Sink Beneath Ease This Dick.
Yeah, I was doing Cinco Benese because it's a reference to Mobile Suit Gundam, where the main antagonist of the first series comes back in the second series with a new name. Care to guess what it is?
No. You've lost me.
Quattro Bagina.
You've lost me since, like, the last 10 words.
Fair enough. I just got a question for chat real quick.
You got a question for chat? Okay, yeah.
I got a question for chat. I am playing through Star Wars.
Which Star Wars?
The Old Republic.
Yep.
And I am making a new character.
Oh, you're doing that thing of, do you want to contribute to the... Look, Phantom does it in my chats, and it's like, look, here's the thing, is I feel like with you as an artist, like, are you gonna ask us to help make a character for you?
I mean, kinda. I was just gonna ask if I should be Sith or Galactic Republic.
Oh, Galactic Republic. Like, I feel like
Okay.
Sith, like, you know, you're prompted to go into the evil route, but, you know, Galactic Republic is, you know, you're the good guys. For the Republic! Also, have you been seeing on TikTok like, there's a surge of people that are, like, demanding Battlefront 3 to be a thing.
That'd be nice. Well, maybe.
Yeah.
Probably not, actually.
I feel like...
EA's
yeah.
not great.
They're not great, but the thing is as well is that, like, you know, there's been efforts to keep Battlefront 2 alive most recently. Like, there's full lobbies going off in the US now. I've not had the time to experience that because, you know, working full-time and then once in a while doing streams and what have you. And the last time I tried playing Battlefront 2 was during, like, the anniversary, so when Celebration Edition was available for free on Epic Store. Not that many people were playing it. At least here in Oz.
Good news.
Good news?
Strata is finally locking the fuck in and getting their asses together to get bloody NBN.
Nice. Wait, Strata. The fuck is...
Strata is like when you live in a townhouse. It's like
a
mini HOA, but not really.
Okay. Fair enough, seas. Alright. Let me pause the music. Nope, once again, it plays and pauses the YouTube video, not the YouTube player I have in the bottom right here. God damn. Like... Okay, cool. No, it is playing and pausing it now. And then if I'm in here...
Actually, fuck it. I want to be evil.
You want to be... Didn't even listen to me. Okay, I see how it is.
I'm evil now.
Cool. Oh, that's not what I wanted to press. Nope, overlays do not work. But oh my god, I'm seeing all these warnings. Can't find streaming file in container. Oh my god, what in the... Hopefully this doesn't disable my achievements.
His Eminence, the Bishop Creed.
Oh man, I don't even get the hot characters. I only get regular people.
You get hot characters by advancing the plot and wearing drip. Oh my god, you get to...
It's true.
Yeah. Is that a horse? No. Oh, it's a wolf. I thought it was a horse for a second. I was so lost.
Soon enough, I'll be able to stream that.
Where is my secure? Let me in. Are you... Oh, I'm about to get to betrayed, aren't I? Yeah, I'm about to get to betrayed.
Attack warning red.
Mm-hmm.
All personnel, please evacuate the facility.
As is the way of things, as soon as I hop into a call, someone starts yelling.
All hands to battle stations.
Unfortunately, when you yell, you get grizzled, Iggy.
I would try and stream this to you so you see where I'm running at. But it doesn't let me do the Discord overlay. So I imagine if I try and start streaming it to you now, it's gonna break something.
Oh, you'll be fine. Not like you'll be fine streaming. I mean, you'll be fine not to.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking.
Man, I hate it when MMORPGs make you make a human.
Yeah, unfortunately, Knights of the Old Republic doesn't make a lot of non-human heroes. Like, that's just how it is.
Oh, this is the Old Republic, not Knights of the Old Republic.
Oh, Old Republic. Point is, Star Wars, whenever they make protagonists, it's rare to get non-humanoid protagonists like Chewbacca or Admiral Akbar.
Oh no, it's available, but it's locked.
Oh! That's not fair. What the fuck is it wanting me to do from here? Am I supposed to... Oh, okay, it wants me to drop down. Fine. Fine.
Now I need a name for my star character.
Access denied.
Good gluff shido ass Star Wars.
Health. Let me get...
I fucked with that actually. Oh no, it's DCTT. Perfect.
Just running around at the speed of sound. Ba-ba-ba-ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. There's probably some bigger fella I'm meant to be attacking and not these small cannon fodders. Yeah, there he is. There we go. Pull the lever with G. Of all fucking keys, they want G.
G's a bit far, isn't it?
Yeah, I thought G would be like grenade or something. Oh.
Hey, don't do that. Stop it.
Okay.
Hey. This cat is foolish. Stop it!
Go. Still alive after all that. But I don't exactly have a way of getting into that thing. Nope. That doesn't break it open. Oh, okay. I meant to go through the door they came in from. Alright, upgrades available once again for the melee. Don't care for any of these. Alright, let's get the outbreak leveled up. Think no upgrades available. Darn. Short-lived.
Communications are jammed. We can't reach Valen or Novik. Keep trying.
So, have you noticed the what's-a-mahoozy, the poll that I've put up on my Discord and Twitter and what have you?
Yeah, I responded to it.
You responded to the Twitter one at the very least, yes.
Yeah.
Have you been putting your John Hancock down on everything you can?
I have not. I should be.
You should be, because I can see on the Discord at least that Devil May Cry seems to be having a pretty good lead. The fuck is the... Okay, so we have a different... So the Ravager focuses a hail of bone into a tighter spread, ramps up over time, allowing for massive damage output at the cost of movement speed, damaging, enhances damage. It's second Skull Crusher class. Cool, cool, cool. Switch the active gun within a thingamadiggy. Yeah, no, fine. Here we go. Yeah! Completed the challenge for the shotgun. That was easy. So much violence. So what do you like about the Devil May Cry series? Like, what makes...
I adore the combat. I love action combat games.
Okay.
Plus, the comedy in it is super goofy and it's very fun.
So, what do you think is going to be, like... Do you have, like, thoughts on, like, some of the cutscenes or whatever moments that will pop up that you're really looking forward to me seeing? No spoilers, though. Because
a lot of dance scenes, one sex and afterglow reference.
A what afterglow reference?
Sex and afterglow.
Okay.
Prevented the airspace. They're blocking our flight decks. We need the Slayer in the air. The station won't last much longer.
All right.
And,
So yeah, because
I classics in DMC1 like Lock off Featherface.
Alrighty then. So, because I've not played any of the Devil May Cry. I think I've played like the first half of Devil May Cry 4, but I honestly do not remember the story other than Nero. And then, meanwhile, the only DMC I have played from like start to finish is the one from Ninja Theory. Which...
Oh boy.
Look, I'm gonna be real. Like, sure, the story's a bit camp, where it's like, oh, Dante is a demon and an angel offspring, and, you know, the Sparta, and blah, and, you know, has all these, like, powers, and a demon trigger, and his hair goes white, and, like, there's some, like, it is just, you know, boring Christianity fan fiction, but I love the combat that Ninja Theory gave, especially with, like, the way you... like swapped from demon arms that did like, you know, slow heavy damage to the angel arms that was fast damage. Where the fuck am I meant to go?
Then you're gonna love Devil May Cry.
Alright.
But the actual one.
The actual... I played DMC. Isn't that Devil May Cry?
That is like only slightly better than Devil May Cry 2.
Oh, okay. So Devil May Cry 2 is apparently like the problem child, is it?
Yes.
Alright.
We skipped Devil May Cry 2.
Why? But I'm not.
You gotta. It's so boring.
Look, I feel like that is not your call. We gotta go through it. I went through all of Kingdom Hearts, and I definitely didn't need to go through it, but I went through it for the bit. I feel like for Devil May Cry, I'm gonna need to, you know, I'm gonna need to experience it all. Otherwise, like, why am I gonna have my opinion formed before I even play it?
Okay, but no one will blame you for quitting after the first mission.
Is it a really long mission? Is that what?
No, it's so boring.
Oh, hang on, I need it. There we go. But it's a combat, like it... Or does it, like, turn into an entirely different genre?
It's just so boring. It's just press one button simulator.
Oh, that'll work for me! You know how himbo I am. I'm probably gonna have a terrible time with the first game. If it's... Would you like to be given, like, notice, like, when I start streaming Devil May Cry, if Devil May Cry wins the polls?
Yes.
Okay.
I will be your teacher.
Just be aware, like, I start streams at, like, 6 p.m., so...
That's fine.
There we go. Okay, now I'm enjoying the Skull Crusher weapon. Yeah, I'm probably gonna max level this motherfucker here. He's just so... This is such a silly fucking gun. There we go. Like... Is there a way to get the radial, like, menu on this? Hang on a sec. Because I much rather prefer, like, the slowdown and going to a radial menu, honestly. Sprint, jump, shooting, melee... Quick weapon switch is Q. Okay. And then V is to go to the ballistic force. Alright, so... Okay, cool. So... Yeah, nice. Kill all them. But yeah, in my opinion, so shotgun, always fun. Where's shotgun? Here's shotgun. Combat shotgun, always fun. The shredder, I think, is an appropriate, like, assault rifle thing, and it, you know, decides to give you, like, crossbow bolts. I'm fine with that. The accelerator and the cycler, I am not a fan of, oh, let's just add energy weapons into the Doom game. Like, I don't know why, like, we go into Dark Ages, and it's like, it's an energy weapon. It doesn't really do anything. The Ravager and the Pulverizer, love it. I love the fucking skulls. Chain Shot, I haven't had too good of... I haven't had, like, a strong experience one way or the other with it yet. But, yeah, so far, personal favorite is the Skull Crusher class.
But we like the Skull Crusher.
Yeah, it's, like, it's just such a... Like, it fits the aesthetic of Doom the Dark Ages. Not Doom overall, but Dark Ages. So, like, Combat Shotgun fits Doom across the entirety. Doom, like, 2016, I think the pistol is Doom Eternal. For Doom 2016, I think is the pistol. Doom Eternal, I would say, is... Oh, I'm trying to think what it would be. Like, I can't... Yeah, maybe the sword. There we go.
Or should I say, the Crucible?
Whatever it's called. But yeah, like...
Hello!
There we... Oh. Hello, Fakovia. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing alright. Welcome, welcome. There we go. Oh, it's just to get a key. I thought it was to get it. You doing alright? You just got here. That's fair enough. I am currently at whatever chapter this is for the, for Doom, the Dark Ages, and we were just talking about, you know, I feel like the energy gun or plasma or whatever the fuck is called is the weakest. Like every time, in all the like new trilogy, I think is the weakest. The best in Doom, like for iconography wise, the Skull Crusher in Doom the Dark Ages, I absolutely love. Auto turret. All right, let's give the auto turret a try then. And then at Sentinel, we can give that a try. Why is it not doing the thing? There we go. So, yeah. Auto turret's alright. It feels like a very Predator weapon, though.
Predator?
Yeah, you know how he has, like, the shoulder-mounted thing?
Oh, right, yeah. They have it in Doom Eternal as well.
I think so. Like, they have it for the grenade. Alright, if I find a shrine to, like, you know, level up this thing, it is most certainly going to get leveled up. Because I am having way too much fun with this particular Skull Crusher. Like, this is just, honestly, like, the better weapon. Because, like, the whole, oh, it slows you down, like, it barely affects me when, you know, you do the work.
Oh, man,
like,
got real bad pins and needles right now.
Real bad what?
Pins and needles?
Oh, okay. Yeah, you sat down for too long.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I forgot I had this cool ass shotgun.
Cool. You like cool ass shotgun?
Yep. Yeah, just look at it. Just fuckers explode. Well, the small fry, at least.
As they should.
Yeah. Alrighty. Alright, we're getting out of here. Chapter completed. There we go. Got the ruby. Nice. Oh, I missed a Wraithstone. Got the demon for the essence. Didn't get all the secrets. Didn't get the collectible or the skin. That's fine. Open 2 skeleton key doors. Yeah, I didn't do that. Strike a battle knight with a melee attack 10 times. Oh, damn it, I didn't do that. But I at least got the ruby for killing 10 demons with exploding barrels. I got the nightmare skin for the chain thingy. Chapter 13 next. From Beyond. Bless you.
Thank you.
So thank you for keeping me company in the VC. I've started trying to do what Icy does, where it's like, you sit in the VC during streams, and I'll open it up for, the cool peeps. What the? Why didn't you go into? There we go. So open it up for the moderators or some of the cool peeps to be able to join in with you. I need to create a what's-a-mahoozy. Yeah, cool peeps. So make it so it's like, oh yeah, you have the permission to be able to do like joining in on the streaming chat, and then it's our one-eyed boy. Do you think he's just like a demonic Komodo dragon and then he was given wings? He doesn't actually have like wings that had to be prosthetic. This is just a brand new addition.
Please, I don't know what to do with these wings. I'm too fat to fly.
Those tentacles are ripping the station apart. Take them out.
Okay, so I'm gonna be real with you. Anytime they do Doom the Dark Ages and making it like open level like this, not my cup of tea. Maybe because I've like gone through it. I've gone through enough games deciding to give me open world that I'm like, look, if you want to do open world, make it like do a nice like transition between the two.
Yeah, I get that. Goddamn cartels, my sub has been running for like months. Oh, I've got hella cartel coins. I've got so much premium currency coming out my asshole. It's great. We love it.
Nice. Oh yeah, because the Old Republic is open what's-a-mahoozy now, isn't it?
Open what?
Open free to play. It used to be like a subscription thing.
It still is sub-based, I believe.
Oh, okay.
It's probably got like a Final Fantasy-ass free trial.
Ah, okay. Because I remember I did like the beta or something like that. And yeah, I did like one dungeon. I was so like green skinned to like the whole dungeon thing. And yeah, I didn't understand like where I ended up when I did the like I got teleported somewhere and I was like just so lost. Like story meant barely anything to me. Like my best time with an MMO has been with Final Fantasy because it's like I had people be able to direct me in the right direction.
Me, I'm practically going into line for this. Hey, gotta just, do the fun.
Yeah, fair enough, fair enough. There we go.
Kathy's got a sword.
So yeah. So what did you go for in the Galactic Republic? Are you going as like a trooper, a smuggler?
Oh no, I'm a Sith.
Oh, you're a Sith. Okay. Oh, what the fuck is that? This guy needs to die. I hate him. Oh my, yeah, the Ravager just tears through it. I love it. Can't wait to upgrade the Skull Crusher. Maximum Reaver ammo. No idea what the fuck a Reaver is.
Hellgate destroyed.
We'll need to find out where I can go to upgrade my things. Ding 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 dunk. Alright, awesome.
You know what it is? I had some wine. Had some wine, Bailey's, watched a bit of Mandalorian. Let's get that.
Come on. There we go. There we go. Another tentacle defeated. Hi there, Jack. Thank you for the head pats. I appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. Jack, are you a fan of Metal Gear Solid or Devil May Cry? You'll be nice today? You can be nice every day, Jack. Did you know that? There's a possibility where you can be nice every day.
That's impossible. I don't believe it.
Why do you think it's impossible? Oh, hang on. Let me just fly over this. There we go. And try and get... There we go. Come on, he's almost dead. Gotcha. Alrighty, we go down this way now. No idea why we're dealing with these guys, but sure. Let's try to avoid the swipey things. Eight, 9, 10.
It's always funny when what do you call it?
Sir,
And
you
I
have
start
Devil...
out with
Oh, okay, so Jack is saying they have 4 Devil May Cry OCs. So, I'm gonna take the wild guess that Jack is also a fan of Devil May Cry as well.
we devil, we cry.
Hang on.
Honestly,
Why do I
these
have to
poles
kill
are
all
so
these
beautiful,
things?
beautiful. Even a devil may cry.
Mm-hmm. So many of you. There we go. Alright, where the fuck does it want me going next? Close out the demon portals. Okay. Oh, okay, so yeah, we can go now to this one at the top. Oh, that's a giant fucking portal. Alright, so that big one. You can say that. So I'm guessing no one... So I guess the people I attract here are all Devil May Cry enjoyers. And then the people I go to hang out and chat with is... That, like, because I remember talking to, like, Ripper and such. And they're like, yeah, go and play, like, Metal Gear Solid. So it's interesting that, like, you know, who I chase after and who comes to me. The dichotomy and what have you. And I appreciate the difference.
To be fair, the Venn diagram of Devil May Cry and Metal Gear Solid is like damn near a circle.
It's not damn near a circle. Is it? It's not damn near a circle. They're completely different kind of like vibes.
Not really.
Devil May Cry is a vibe of you know, just hot ass and kicking ass or something or rather. Whereas as Metal Gear Solid is like this, it's like the second half of Metal Gear, sorry, not Metal Gear, of Warhammer, where it's like, ah, yes, like the future of humanity is like perpetual war and, you know, doom and gloom and shit, which doesn't fit into the Devil May Cry thing.
No. Okay, so Devil May Cry and Metal Gear are like sort of opposites in a way.
Mm-hmm.
But like opposites in a way that complement each other.
Okay.
Devil May Cry is a comedy game that has tragedy in it.
Yeah.
Metal Gear is a tragedy game with a lot of comedy in it.
With a lot of comedy, he said. Sounds like Gork and Morg, of like cunning yet deadly. Meanwhile, deadly yet cunning.
Exactly.
Don't believe you.
Shows you haven't played either of the games then.
Yeah, I've not played either, so I don't have a strong... The only like, you know, Devil May Cry I've played is the DMC, which everyone opinionates is, like, one of the worst, but I fucking love it. And then the only,
Secret ingredient.
It's good! I like the combat. And then,
like
meanwhile, the only Metal Gear Solid I've played is the Phantom Pain.
Okay, well, the Phantom Pain's actually really good. Gameplay. There could be more story. Well, could have been more story, but you know.
Barely following it, so yeah. Let me just get myself some health. There we go. Go, get myself some health. Alright, is this... Oh no, this is armor. Nice. I thought this was going to be another ammo. that's that butthole cold. Oh, nope, it's back. Oh, also, the Maker is in there as well. Wonder if he's gonna be, like, ensuring that she stays alive and such.
Yes, it
Oh. Well, that's bullshit.
Yes, Iggy.
Got the demon and the ammo. Chase and destroy 2 hell jumpers. Perform a perfect dodge 5 times. Deft dragon. Next chapter. Chapter 14. Alright, we're doing fairly alright in terms of pacing, I would say. And once again, it just goes back to the campaign screen for whatever reason.
Yes, buddy.
So yeah. No doubt I'm going to be updating my drivers to... Because I noticed there's a new NVIDIA Studio ready driver, so I'm probably going to go to that one. I've preferred going to studio drivers rather than game drivers because those are meant to be much more stable. They don't go updating like every time a new game is released. They only update like at best once a month. And I would much rather prefer that. I don't need to chase trends.
Fair enough.
There's a greater possibility of things getting set. So yeah, I feel like because of doing this, like Rescue Thera and shit like that, I'm missing out on cutscenes because of it crashing like this, which is the annoying bit. Like, I feel like I missed a pretty decent amount of cutscenes at this point. So yeah, don't know. So yeah, might be because of not running like the latest NVIDIA driver that they want from Game Ready, and I'm just like, nah, fuck you. I don't want like, you know, crashes and bugs. You've never been to the States before, have you?
Pardon?
You've never been to the States before, have you, Cap? Or...
Never, and it's looking like I'm not going to.
Yeah. Nah, I have Unnamed that wants me to go to Texas Fur Fiesta, and I kind of want to go as well, but it's like, I want to save money, but then there's also the possibility of, you know, bless my mom, she thinks I might get deported or detained if I go over to the United States, despite the fact I'm white, and I don't have, like, a huge, like, political presence or anything like that, so no idea what my mom is, where my mom thinks I'm gonna have all this, you know, ire for the administration and what have you being, like, so full, or so present when I go into the airport, but, you know, bless her for being worried about me. But also, America's economy should be turning into fucking shit. What do you mean we're still 60 cents on the dollar in Australia? That's what I want to know. Australia, we got Albanese back again. We aren't having, like, a disaster every week. Like, we should be turning economically strong in the next, like, couple of months. And it's still 60 cents on the dollar. Where the fuck is they want me to go? Oh, there's someone to kill here. God, I love this Skull Ravager. And there's a new creature to deal with. Who has a chain-like staff? Chainsaw chat? Well, the Komodo champion is, you know, pretty cool. But he ain't as cool as my, Yeah! He ain't as cool as my god. You need to stop zoning out. Stop falling asleep on the bus, Jack. You know what you need to do? Like, you're a full-time worker. You need to start invoking, like, responsible sleeping schedule and dietary stuff. Like, get some good sleep. Don't stay up past midnight just because you can. Why is there, like, a light thingamajiggy? Never mind. Don't stay up past midnight just because you can. Get a good, like, 7 to 8 hours of sleep wherever ever possible for the evening, and be sure to have a good breakfast to wake you up, even if it's just a coffee. I sleep at 9? Oh, do you? Oh, are you saying, like, what? Fall asleep at 9 o'clock? I try to. If I'm not streaming, I try and fall asleep at, like, 9:30. I'm like, I'm in bed by 9:30. But then if I'm streaming, like, you know, I stream until 10 o'clock, and then and then I'm straight to bed right after. What makes you think I stay up until 12? You're fucking I've seen you be awake. I don't know, like...
Yeah,
Go on.
I as well suffer the fate of awakening at all times.
Alright. Back onto our Cyber Komodo dragon.
To keep this creature in stasis, we need to wake it up. Makers have given us directions.
Targets identified. Locking coordinates.
Alrighty, cool. So we got places to go. Alright, so that's one creature defeated. Yeah. I swear there's been times you've been awake for long, Jack. I know Cap, meanwhile, is just ludicrous.
My body hates me for it.
My body turns stress into caffeine. Alrighty. There we go. Sorry.
Do you have food? Do you have water?
Iggy being a bit of a bitch.
Yeah, fucking whinge bag. Come here. Come here so I can suplex you.
Do you want me in your VC to talk to you about my sleep issues? No, look. If you have sleep issues, I'm sorry you have them. I thought you were somehow one of those peeps that was up until midnight because there's way too many of those friends, and I probably like accidentally threw you in as one of those many friends rather than like actually properly separating you as your own person. What the fuck is this tuning fork doing here? Nope, tuning fork doesn't do anything. Nope, it does do something. Deactivate the whatsamahoozies. Alright, we'll figure out how. Alright, cool. That should allow us to... Yep, we can deactivate it. I'm guessing we're gonna punch it, aren't we? Honestly, though, I'm fine running on 4 to 5 hours of sleep. I might go to sleep at 9, 10 p.m., but my body sometimes feels like rudely waking you up anywhere between 12 and 3 a.m. That is honestly fucking scary. What is your body doing to you that it's waking you up at 12 or 3 a.m. in the morning where you're just sort of like, ugh? Like, is it like you're just jolting yourself to sleep during that time? Or is it a, you know, it's sort of like a more, you know, and then like, you know, feeling a little more as if you're ready for the day kind of wake up?
Stop it. Get off my desk. Go. I got my desk looking.
There we go. Alright, so that's the first one out of the way. So now we go after the second one. Yep, cool. Alright, I'm going the right way.
Playing as a Sith, you get to be so fucking sassy. It's great.
Yeah. Okay, so maybe I need to... If I ever play this game again, I go with the Sith next time instead of, like, you know... blah, 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 blah. Someone from the Republic. Go. Travel through here. So much flying around.
I get to be such a bitch. It's great.
Exploding head syndrome is pretty annoying to try to sleep with. Aside from that, your acid reflux likes to keep its hand choking you to death. Oh. Alright. So you're the one with the exploding head syndrome. I thought it was someone completely different. I thought I had, like, because I have a friend, IRL, who gets, like, they have, like, they get, like, daily migraines, and, like, the thing that's, like, really tragic is, like, in Australia, we don't have, like, inept doctors or anything like that, but when the doctor goes, wow, you're a special case, I haven't seen this before, That doesn't really spark the hope that you think it does. It's not like they're gonna be like, you know, Gregory House from House MD and they're gonna, like, solve it through some unconventional wisdom. No, they literally do not know what the fuck to do.
He needs a rat. He needs nothing to live.
Yeah. So. But I think I knew about the acid reflux, personally speaking. I think I do remember the acid reflux. I just didn't remember the exploding head syndrome with, like, the head pains and such. Yeah, I cannot beat. Oh, I'm missing out on a... I need to try and make my way up there. Alright, so... Alright. Hey, we got the toy for the Arachnotron. How? Dun, dun, dun. Oh, okay. Hang on. So...
What? Why are you yelling? What?
Ah, okay. So it looks like, yep, there's a higher level, which means... Alright. Yay, and that's probably gonna shoot me out somewhere. Nice. Okay, so it shoots me here. I'm able to pick up the gem because of it. Maybe because of that. No. Doesn't. Once again, the keyboard just gets randomly frozen. Ah, okay, hang on. So, dink. Gets me here. Pull this lever, pick up that coin. There we go. Alright.
Yes. Bud. What are you yelling at?
No! Oh, shit. Heh.
I'll be right back.
Understandable. You go deal with Iggy. I... Oh, okay. Maybe I just explode the thingamadiggy from there. Meow. Oh, my lower back. I might not be able to sit here much longer. This will definitely have to be the last mission.
Damn.
We...
Gonna head out afterwards?
You gotta head out?
No, are you?
After this mission, for sure. Because, yeah, lower back feels like, you know, not the best. So, probably not gonna try and, like, you know, risk trying to get more... Oop. There we go. Alright, let me get my helmet. Dink, donk. So, yeah. I remember thinking Saturdays was gonna be like, you know, me go through the MMO and what have you, but, like... or, like, go through different MMOs, and it's like, lo and behold, oh, damn, okay. Did I just skip? Yeah, I just skipped, like, a whole... I just skipped something probably worthwhile. Let me fix that. Hang on a second. Yeah, alright. It's over here. There's a leader here. Yeah, or... Oh, we can spawn a leader here. I don't know how we would have... Dink. Break morale. Cool.
Yeah, bud.
There we go. Hey! I'm out of slices. Yay, more health. That's good. Gets me to like 150 at this point, I think. No, it gets me to 160. Nice, nice, nice. No other secrets I need to explore here, so... Whee! Yeah, a lot of upgrade paths I want to go through. I've already maxed the shotgun out to full, so we'll most likely have it so that... Oh, okay, so... Yunk. X. So yeah, shotgun's out to max, so most certainly I'm going to make it so that the, not the super shotgun, the Ravager, so all the skull thingamadiggies get the fun max ammo treat, or not max ammo, but like max what's-mahoozy treatment. Alright, where is the other guy?
yeah, the Sith are evil in this game.
Yeah, like, that's the lesson that George Lucas was trying to teach us for the very long time.
That he was.
There are some people that miss that point. And then they're like, oh, but what about Grey Jedi, which can do, like, both the Sith and the Jedi things? And it's like, no.
Grey Jedi don't exist.
Grey Jedi don't exist. Grey Jedi, like, is a fucking fantasy of, like, oh, I want the powers of the Sith without the downside, and I want the powers of the Jedi without the discipline. And it's like, you can't. Like, the point of the Jedi is a sort of mix of Judaism and Buddhism, which is that there is like a one, like, you know, powerful thing flowing across all nature and dictates its morality and what have you, whereas the Sith is a very, you know, hedonistic, it doesn't matter what everyone else thinks, I want what I want. It's a very selfish move, and as has been demonstrated in Star Wars time and time again, the Sith are without empathy, and empathy is a human trait that is a huge positive to us, and everyone benefits from it, not just the powerful for the weak. Like, goddamn. And also, it's because of, like, you know, that whole hedonistic, like, I don't care what everyone thinks, I want, like, supremacy and what have you, that, you know, the Sith would get into infighting so often. So Bane, like, in the, you know, sake of making his own legacy and shit like that, created the rule of two. So then that way it was like, it was only him and a apprentice, Entis, and the whole point was that by only having the rule of two, he guaranteed that he would have the most power, and that the only way it could be removed is someone greater than him. But with him granting all the power, then, you know, the likelihood isn't, you know, strongly possible. So, and then Sidious, like, you know, broke that fucking like, let's be real, Sidious, like, spat in the face of the rule of two with, like, the creation of you know, the Inquisitors and, you know, having, like, swapping from, Maul to Dooku to Vader. Because the thing is he wanted Anakin / Vader, like, from, like, ever since, like, Maul time. Yeah. Ugh. Heaven Splitter. Impacts, it will trigger a lightning strike and stun nearby. I don't care for that. Oh, it's set. Okay, no. Set it back to the autocannon.
Delivery still open. That have not been continued yet.
What kind of delivery?
Any kind of delivery. Hell yeah.
Oh, you should try the Tennessee, the barbecue Tennessee from McDonald's.
Yeah, you recommended it, and I had it, and it was delicious.
Oh, okay. Whoopsies.
You're good.
Wasn't meaning to repeat myself like that. So, yeah. My next, like, cheat day meal that I want to go for is, I've gone for these, like, Norwegian ice creams, that you get from Kohl's. I can't remember the name I can't pronounce the name of the brand. And it's like a... Sorry?
Häagen-Dazs.
Yeah, maybe that's the name. And they had these, like, single-serving cups, but each cup was, like, a different flavor. So one was a cookies and cream, and then there was, like... Anywhoosies. Point is, the single like they set them up in the serving, so then that way it's only like, you know, like 170 or something calories in a cup. So that's gonna be my next what's-a-mahoozy. Was that your cat or was that a soundboard?
That was my cat.
Oh my god, that actually went through the mic.
I grist him.
You grist him.
Brought him up to the mic.
Nice.
Because he's being a little bitch.
So, where was my brain at? So yeah, so I was gonna have like on another cheat day, like in the future, either the like next Saturday, because I don't want to do another cheat day this Saturday, because I have to go into the office tomorrow, and while they do give us like a food budget, I don't want to like utilize me. Oh, Jack's just saying meow. I was like, what the fuck are they on about? I thought they were talking about an ice cream, but no, they just wanted to meow to the cat as well. Oh, fun fact. Cats like will be way more vocal with humans because they have their own language for people than they do with cats. So body language is normally the thing with cats, but with people, they will be a lot more pronounced and vocalizing.
Do you yap at me, Iggy? Do you say mean words?
So...
I think he does say mean words.
So yeah. But yeah, I don't want to use the, I don't want to do this Saturday because of, you know, work has the because work has the whole, you know, giving us a food budget with Uber Eats, and I want to try and be resilient. So, like, you know, go into work and what have you, but not use the Uber Eats budget. I want to try and get through my Saturday again and not do that, especially since my friends are going to be back from, like, international nonsense, and there might be a trivia night attendees, and, yeah. I just don't want to go through cheat nights, like, more than once a week kind of thing. And I don't want to go for, like, big cheat nights either. Even though it's, like, almost possible for me, I want to try and get down to, like, 80-something kilograms before going for, you know, a McDonald's or, blah, 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 blah. You know, HSPs or what have you. Like, something I could get from a normal, like, DoorDash, or Uber Eats delivery if I work on the Saturday shift. So, yeah.
You know, if you're gonna bounce in a bit, you could raid into Code, who's playing Repo.
Oh, okay.
And
so
I'm probably gonna join his voice chat.
All right.
For it.
All right. Well, I'll remember that. Make sure that he's popping up on my feed, because they have like a recommended tab whenever I go to the raid browser. But I'll go over to following, and hopefully he'll be relatively up there.
Oh boy, I beefed it a little bit. I may have accidentally changed the resolution of the game, and now it's being weird.
That's not good.
That's rather bad.
Alright, where do you want me? Okay, you want me going up a floor. How the fuck am I? Ding. Okay, no, we gotta go this way. Nope. There's no rhyme or reason to the Doom Slayer. There we go. Alright. Dink. Climbing. Before you go away, do you have any sage advice for the lovely viewers lurking?
Oh, I ain't going anywhere just yet. I'm still waiting.
Ah, okay.
But my sage advice is be cool to each other.
Empathy. Alright, so break that. Does that allow us... Oh, okay. Can we... Oh, we just dropped down. Okay. Oh yeah, they explode. I forgot about that little tidbit. There we go.
Accidentally got myself stuck.
Yeah. Go. Pick up that, pick up that. Gotcha. Alright, so that's launcher ammo. Nice, nice, nice. Alright, let me pick up some stuff. Gold, armor.
I successfully did a repo tutorial.
Excellent work. I do not know how I get out of this situation. It's not giving me a way out. It's not opening the gate for me. Oh, there we go. I just have to open the goddamn gate. Never mind. I thought it was going to open automatically. Oh, it's the big fucking crossbow.
Ooh. Very cross, very bow.
Mm-hmm. Nice. So we got 3 of these. Nice. Deliver massive damage to demons. The has very limited, which can be found in the world to replenish your stock. Is unavailable when you have it equipped.
Oh, it's the big fucking crossbow.
Yeah.
I see. You whip that?
You good? Sound like you're gonna die. Okay, so it looks like 3 is the limit. You can't hold more than 3. Shame.
I know.
I would definitely want to hold more than...
What happens if this creature doesn't want to leave? We have no choice.
I thought Novik was dead at this point. Yeah, I definitely need to replay cutscenes, so... Yeah, that's a shame. I was really... Yeah. Darn it. We'll need to figure out a way to replay cutscenes just so I can get some context, but lo and behold, this kind of has muffed the streaming experience for everyone else, I'm gonna be honest.
What a shame.
Yeah. I would definitely see myself finishing this game in my own time, but... Yeah, considering how often, like, I feel like cutscenes have been missed because of, like, some fucking reason, I don't know.
Let's give a reason for the viewers to enjoy the stream.
Thank you for the hyper himbo, I greatly appreciate it. And using the crossbow did nothing. So...
No, I think it actually like lagged for a little bit, so it was just like 1 frame your regular size.
Yeah.
And the next you just.
Yeah, it always takes a minute. No, I don't have like a way of like stopping it, unfortunately, when it does that. There we go. Dunk.
Is that a goddamn parry mechanic in my goddamn Doom?
Yeah, have you not
Ingenious,
been...
I love it.
Yeah, this...
Oh, I for real gotta finish all the Doom games, honestly.
So yeah, that was like one of their big pull-aways with this, is that there was a shield here with a chainsaw around the edge. With like, you know, teeth and what have you.
Captain America, that motherfucker.
Yep.
I'm gonna scramble, because Crohn's is doing me bad. I shall catch you later.
Catch you another time. Thank you for the hyper himbo as well. I greatly appreciate it. Hope you have a wonderful time with Code.
Will do. Catch ya.
There we go. Was able to get... Almost there. next level. And... well, he's waking up. Hopefully we don't get into a boss battle in this chapter. Oh, and there's a codex. Oh, the mecha dragon is named Saret. Nice. We have all the different...
The final safety
oh, that's Cthulhu in the Doom universe.
class entity.
Once through the rift, you should pick up the Creed signal. When you find them, the Makers will guide you to an exit.
Ugh, excuse me. Oh, that's put me back at the yeah, basically back at the start. Cool. That's some classic Doom Eternal interactions where you just like push the skull in. And it does a fucking like boom. Okay, so he latches onto the Cthulhu because the Cthulhu makes itself a portal. There we go. Alrighty then. That, I'm gonna call that chapter it. So that was chapter 14, I think it was? Oh my god, there was more Wraith Stones we missed out. Damn. I don't think I saw a way to level up my gear out in the wild though, so... Codec entries. Kill all leader demons, damage demons with auto turret rounds. Yep, so we've already done the conquest thingamadiggy. And then we got the collectible toys. City of Real. Alright. So, I'm gonna call it here. So, because yeah, that was, yeah, 14 chapters. We still got like another 7 chapters to go. So 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 20. Okay, 8 chapters. We have 8 chapters to go. So another day, probably next, I'll probably make it like a Saturday or something. Oh no, but I think next week there's new Final Fantasy 14 con. I'll figure out another day to do it. I won't do it the Thursday nights going forward because, you know, it's a work day. I don't have the opportunity to stay up late for these. It's 10:20 right now. Now, I do not have the opportunity to, you know, go through it, like, a lot more because I have to, you know, get a good enough night's sleep and get to work the next day. So, here's what we're going to do. We are going to go on a little raid. Now, as Cap has mentioned, Code should be streaming any moment now. And it looks like they're going to be playing a little bit of Repo. So, let me just scroll down and find them. There they are. They're playing a little bit of Repo now. They've been playing for the last hour. So, we're going to go raid into them. And we're going to go with Repo. So we're gonna go with gun emote. Repo this. So that's going to be our raid message. If you're not subscribed to me, that's okay. You can go with this message here where it doesn't have any of the emojis, and you're welcome to use whatever other kinds of emojis that you want. And that it will be it for me tonight. I will be back online Saturday night, so 2 days from now. Now, the reason why it's going off on a Saturday night rather than a Saturday morning is because I have to work the Saturday shift, so I won't be back home until, you know, at least 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock. So we'll be going through more Oblivion remastered Saturday night. I have done a bit of grinding here and there, so hopefully we'll be able to go through a little more of the main storyline. Velk will be able to, you know, have fun explaining some things to me here and there. But otherwise, I want to say thank you everyone who came along to tonight's stream. I greatly appreciate it. I hope you all have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, night, wherever you are. And hopefully I'll see you on Saturday night or see you all next time. Bye for now.